Darkness fills your life and pain supreme. When evil forces have deformed your dream, it's time to open up your heart to let the light shine through. No matter how you look at it, you'll always know it's true.
Makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's all we're easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. Bless us. GameCube, it's all we're easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
It's time to open up, to let your heart decide what's true.
GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's all we're easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's all we recently surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
Oh baby. The Rock. The repository of complete knowledge.
Is it what? Is it where? Is it why? Is it something you should never put in front of your eye? If you're seeking information, then we think you should try the Rock.
The repository of complete knowledge.
Would it be? Should it be? Could it be true? Is it crimey? Is it slimy? Is it looking for you? If you're heading to the danger zone, you really should view the Rock.
R-O-C-K.
Is it gold? Is it zinc? Is it copper or wood? If you collect the 47, do you get something good? There is data and errata that can be understood. The Rock.
R-O-C-K.
Is it red? Is it blue? Is it yellow or green? Is it bumpy? Is it lumpy? Is it grumpy and mean? There's a ton of information that can jump on the screen. The Rock.
The repository of complete knowledge. R-O-C-K, 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 ham clock.
Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places, bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Hello, thank you, Energy. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope you are having a good weekend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Losty and Cubanono, for the stream streaks. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, I'm Westy and Hazy for following while I was gone. We are playing more Lies of P. Maybe beating the DLC. That's what I'd like to do. Get out of here. Wire. That's my goal for the day, anyways. Miller Duck, thank you for 7 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. So, yeah. You know, we've been playing the DLC for a bit. I guess, you know, I'm kind of getting the vibe we're close to the end, but who knows? I got some time to play tonight. Hope you're doing well too, Firehair. We're going to just get to it. Yep. I'm excited to play some video games. Games are fun. Yeah. Come on. Oh, God, my OBS went to the wrong screen for some reason. It really hates going back to the other screen. I always forget the keyboard shortcut for that. Oh, my God. Quick chat. What's the key? Oh, I got it. Hey. You beat Rezo 9? Nice. I was just watching. I was lurking at Kayla's stream a little bit while she was playing. I love Rezo 9. Shift win. Yeah, I always forget. Now I'm going to forget again. Jolly Gel Bot, thank you so much for 12 months. Congratulations on your spicy bubble, Jolly. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. You got a hype train going as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Yeah, Resident Evil 9's great. I've been playing more Pocopia, which is a ton of fun. I even did another solo run at Marathon. And I did a solo run where I killed somebody and was able to leave successfully, so that felt good. It can be done. You finish your fourth Resident Evil 9 run of the sub 4 hour challenge. Nice. I think that's the one that gets you like the best rank, right? That's the thing I did in Resident Evil 9. I felt really good. A Resident Evil 4 remake. Thank you, Tuber. Yeah, the last couple of This Is the runs I think have been very fun. Those are on the premium site. I did not catch Kayla's triple kill. No, sounds great though. All right, I have to get my death counter. I gotta do a few things here. Lies of P. Oop. There it is. That count's getting high. I missed Dan fighting the Demon of Hatred. I'm glad. It's so nice to get more people Sekiro pilled. I gotta be honest. I don't know why it matters to me what vegan people like, but sometimes it does. So I think at the start here we have a couple of kind of side quests we gotta turn in or do. I know some things marked on my map. So may as well do, though, even though there's part of me that just wants to kind of keep going. I don't know what kind of items we can get anymore from side quests. Okay, this is the wrong hotel. That's yeah, he went back and did like a little epilogue stream where he fought the demon. Okay. What even is that? I asked for wing flavors with 1 dipping sauce on the side. Well, buffalo's gotta be there. Either ranch or blue cheese. Completely fine. I think you want to have a barbecue. You have a barbecue. That one doesn't even need one on the side, but you could have something if you want. Garlic parmesan. Which even that one I like a little ranch sometimes to dip those in. I don't mind that. And then gosh, so many. Like, Mount Rushmore, they gotta be like very, I don't know. Oh, honey mustard. I think those are, you know, Mount Rushmore's a bit normie. The best wings I ever had was a kimchi butter flavor. That was insane. By the way, if you know what this side quest is, what I'm doing, you're allowed to tell me. This I'm not too precious about. I just kind of want to turn these things in. God, that feels good. Sweet chili, nice. I do like something with a bit more of an Asian flavor. Like a sesame flavor is really good too. Do like a wing. Gotta be careful, though, because undercooked wings are pretty bad. A lot of people didn't do that. When you get the flabby skin. No bueno. Buffa honey barbecue. Yeah, often if you just actually mix 2 wing flavors, it's going to be pretty good, it turns out. Mount Rushmore of explodable vegan buildings. That's fun. That's fun. I don't want no scrubs. What do I hear? Sounds like I hear somebody. Ugh. Again, what's the point? Doesn't really just completely wander around looking for something here. I don't really know what. But there's just an icon by this location. It looks like a painting or something. Die! Ow! That's been her friend. Ah, shit. Don't kill me. Oh, she killed me? That's what I get. Damn it. Whoops. I think my problem was that I ran out of stamina because I rocketed that person so hard. That's right, it's the best game of Giant Bomb, don't you forget it. Yeah, I always like going to the kids' birthdays, nephews and nieces. It's always kind of fun. I can level up. Should go see what like I have in my bag that I think this quest is for. Where's important items? Collectible. Okay, this is one of them. Goddard's art supplies. Okay, so that's for the line painter. That makes sense. And what am I here for? I think it's a picture. Oh, is it this thing? The good bloody cipher. Some kind of treasure hunt? Hey, Zach. BWP, thank you for subscribing Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Lexi. Yeah. It's in one of these side rooms. Not this side room. Although, how fun. Let's kill him. Show you. What's this? Ah, geez. I don't think that scared me the first time, but this time they got me. Ow, there's two of them. I know how to scare this. Oh, there we go. I love that move. Is this where I want to be? I'm gonna check that other side room before I go do all that. Hey Flex, how you doing? Oops. Actually, I need to be up there, but that felt fun. Ah. Why am I so bad at these guys? There it is. Hey. Well, there's that. Whee! Would Leon Kennedy be able to survive Sekiro? If Leon has a gun, maybe. Actually, I don't know. Seems like everyone in that game can parry guns pretty well. Let's make this a nice even 30. Let's grab. Alright, so this is easy. It smells bad in here. Nice view. Oh. That was insensitive.
Those steps. I remember you. What have you there? I smell... I thought these gone forever when I lost them. And to think, A stranger would bring them back to me.
Look.
It's as if you've gifted me the light that I
See, she
seek.
likes me. She's happy with me.
Now, I can finally find... I have very little to give in return, but...
Take it. Don't say look. Okay. Dang, I just keep making it worse. Alright, the wolf guy wants to talk to me. Colonel Little. What do you want?
Any enemy of the alchemists.
Oh.
You investigated the mounted crocodile. So, Colonel Little was
Oh,
murdered.
let's just talk about him.
To do something like this just to take control of the zoo. I'm glad you revealed the truth to their love.
With the whirlwind amulet. What's this do? Oh, wrong build, but good for some. Oh, I was like, why wasn't... I thought I didn't see that alert before. That's right, I muted, or turned off alert box earlier because I was recording stuff. Sorry about that. But thank you, Zach. Okay, the alert should be working. Listen, this guy in the bedroom in The Shining, Jesus. I understand that reference. No, you. I don't like you. I get bad vibes.
You could say we found a silver lining.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Because it's, you know what? Never mind.
I don't think I like Jiminy. I'm gonna just say it there.
Nice to know the tram's not the only way out, huh?
Oops, what's that? Oh, I... I think that's pretty uncontroversial. Good. It makes sense why From Software games never have a character like this. We don't need companion characters. Oh boy. I pushed that button. Yeah, next GDQ run, you know it. These are fun enemies. Little robot dudes, I like them. That's some kind of siren alarm thing. Oh, it's Backstab robot. Oh, shit. God, I feel like I'm playing Elden Ring being in this mine. Oh, come on. Where's my backstab there, game? Oh, shit. Oh, got turned around there somewhere. That's a robot I've already murdered. This is neat. I like the way this place looks. Guy like this weapon. Gasp, a robot friend.
Hello. Yes, you, my handsome friend.
You think I'm handsome?
Surprised? Don't be. This puppet isn't sadly. It appears to be malfunctioning. But I suppose it's fate. You know. Might I ask a favor, friend? Terribly aggravating is what it is. Anyway, can you come find me, friend?
Okay, it feels like there's some other location we're going to. There might be a good deal more of this DLC than I think, but we have some time tonight. But we'll still beat it. I see you. You can't fool me. I'm smarter than you think, video game. Alright, we definitely need to kill that thing first. Oh shit. No, stop that. I said stop that. Ow. Oh. Oh. Stop! What, I missed? Oh my god. Well, let's try that again. Should have land right on him. There's a few of them. Good enough. Oh, come on. Surely I can knock down this wooden fence. There he is. Gotta kill that thing first. But from turn around, then I'll rocket spear him. The fool won't know. Get rocketed, idiot. Stop. What's that? Ow. He's still hitting me. Oh my god. Oh, I'm in big trouble. Oh, that sucked. Jacek, thank you so much for 24 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations on your Mike McQuanchy badge. The ripcord's been pulled. Ripcord's been pulled. His new game's on the way. His new costume's on the way. I spent a day playing both games, the original one, the ripcord one. And came to my decision. I actually record that process. We're going to play it up on premium later. But it's happening. Oh my god, he still hit me. Rolling around like an idiot. Still got me. Oh, fuck me. Let's get use of that. No, you're in big trouble now, buddy. Oh, I can't wait to open up that shortcut. Whoa, what the hell's that? It's gonna blow! My ability to help him on this game will be not amazing, so don't worry. Is White Cup on Tuesday this week? No. Because Jeff's traveling for GDC. That's why we can't do it on Wednesday. So I don't know if we're moving it. We're probably not moving it at all, honestly. It might just have to be a week off. Jeff's just gonna not be around. There it is. Try to fool me. I knew that was gonna explode. Got some beefy health there, friend. Got help on this guy. Oh, hell yeah. That felt good. That was a good fight. Will the manual help this game? I'm not going to say. It's up for him to decide if he wants to read the manual or not. Get rocketed, idiot. I'm glad you're all picking up on how much I love to say blah, 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 idiot. Ooh, new Legion arm. It's probably to, I bet I know what it is. I bet it's to make those little mines, which I don't know if I want to do, but there it is. Is the shortcut really not here? Oh, I opened it already. Guess I should go heal up then. I have many phrases and catchphrases. It's just the ways of the Mikeys. Alright, what do I want now? I mean, at this point, I guess I put it in health. Again, there's just no good returns in, No, there's two for the Legion, right? Hey, Bloodborne. Can you invent a catchphrase right now? You just got dope punched, butthole. Perfect. You're welcome. Not my best work. How dare you? Nobody asked your opinion. Put it on a shirt. Wee. I trust this thing. Put it on a mug. How dare you? Can't fool me, video game. I'm. Right. Miraculous enhancement. Impool. I think I hear you, friend. Come back here. Damn, I get a lot of these full moonstone things. Okay, I hope I didn't go the wrong way. Ow. Oh, that's open now. Another ancient disc.
Hello? Anyone there?
Oh, it's just your robot form again?
There you are, friend. Oh, I missed your hugs are in order. Just let me... You'll never believe what happened. I was readying this new puppet. Sorry. So very sorry.
I don't know what I missed in that other path now. Or am I just back? I'm back. Just a loop. Oh. Gonna see Hoppers tomorrow, by the way. Excited for that. I like killing those things with one hit. Whoa. Well, it didn't die at least. Very cute video game, very cute. Hope you're enjoying the concert, Idiot Box. Oh boy. This is a good weapon, man. I do kind of miss the speed of my weapon, but this weapon is very strong. Hit multiple people. Lots to like about it. Guess I can do that. Don't break me. Alright. Where's this thing coming from? Can I activate it? There you are. This better be good. I don't even know what it could be at this point. I guess quartz is okay. Oh, it's a new weapon. It looks pretty cool. Like a great sword. Could drop down there right away. I assume we don't want to. This bridge is absolutely falling, isn't it? Maybe I can make it fall. Nope. I hate these guys, by the way. Well, guess we're going down this way after all. What is happening? I've been here before, haven't I? Yep. I don't want no grub. Grub is a guy who can't get no love from me. Hanging at the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no grub. Slowly wait for this thing to come back. Should I kind of like change my direction right before it finishes? I'm not his best friend. That's not my ride. I don't know. It's some Oh. Oh, he's probably he's. I bet he's one of those. My wife's my best friend people. No, he could be my best friend. It's cool, but he's a loser. Cool. I can at least get this guy from the back now. Ah! You gotta be kidding me. You can't do this to me! Can't fight here, buddy. Ow. Yeah, come here. Let's open it up a little bit. That didn't do anything. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't kill me. This is going poorly. God, you think I'd see that kick coming by now? Got so much health. Good, jeez, good enough.
Please, I need your help. Follow my voice.
Yeah, you are.
Don't any of these puppets work properly? Wait, wait! I can tell from your expression this is just listen to my tale. I
Okay.
beg of you.
What do you
I
want?
would like to get out of here. I'm trapped somewhere so dark. I think they locked me in a box so I can still think, and that means I'm
We're gonna
not
find out this
dead
guy's
now.
just a dead or a brain or something.
I am Alexander. I'm rather well known. Before all this happened, I was into truly incredible experiment. Well, as I said, you think I want to look like this puppet? Perhaps then it was vanity.
Oh, doubt.
Perhaps I let my effortless good looks. Right, a date. I was on a date with the daughter of. Apparently, he didn't approve. So, there was a huge ruckus. Someone put a...
Yeah, this man is definitely just a brain or something.
Guide my savior using... But I know you'll still come and save me.
What's that mean? We got two paths here. Yeah. Didn't get this. This is the shortcut. And out the passenger side, it's best friends ride. Excuse me.
What the blazes was that?
Good question. Killdozer. Give me a little room here, Killdozer. Or kill me. You are the Killdozer after all. It is your right. I like this guy. It's like a blast course character. That Nez, thank you for following. Appreciate it. You're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Perfect circles.
What the blazes
I guess
was
they
that?
get each time. Interesting. Come on, Mike, you can do it. I need to backstab this bulldozer. Ow. It would be great to break this thing. Oh god, don't get greedy, Mike. Cipher machine, eh? That's fun. Only one way out? Yep.
Rizora
Nope.
needs...
You're back, huh?
Oh, friend. I tried to go to the Rose Estate. The white heart slowing. Rizora.
Yeah, I don't need it much anymore. Here. Whatever.
Thanks. With this, I can move. I can dance.
I can sing!
Here. Rizora has a gift.
Another treasure hunt. Let's see what this thing is. Who wants my cipher? I want to see what this greatsword I got is like, just for funsies. This thing. At least I assume it's a greatsword. Yeah, it is. It's pretty traditional. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Can do that from any range. Jesus, that's pretty nice. Whoa, really? Oh, that's neat. Oh! Okay. Neat. Yeah, probably not switching weapons, but it's cool. Oh, I got like an electrical field around me now, too, just from... Interesting. If you were giving a team to build you a battle bot, what would your robot's gimmicks be? I want my robot to be able to hack the other robots. It's a hacker bot. I don't know what that means, but that's what I want. Oh, has this been here the entire time? Huh. I haven't seen one of these before.
Well met, Master.
Do you have an ancient disc? I can buy a quartz with that. Yeah, the best bots are the ones that just kind of like run into another bot and flip them upside down.
The alchemists as a... Let's check what's inside. I know this place. It's called the Spider Cave. I heard the puppet murdered a human miner and fled. But from the look of this, it appears the...
So, another treasure hunt thing, which I don't know. I don't feel super inclined to do. You did give me something pretty cool for the last one, I guess. It's kind of crazy that I can't really look at this any better. There we go. Oh, I know where that is. That was that wall that they said sounded weird. That was the fastest way to get back there. Yeah. I forgot. I need to go back to Hotel Krot. Present time. I'll do that after this. My P organ stuff. Gotta play my P organ. That, Nez, I thank you for following, right? If I didn't, thank you again. I'm bad at that. I'm always forgetting. Yeah, good. Well, thank you for being here. Yeah, it's right here. Now it's breakable.
Fruit at last. Time to leave my friend.
Huh. Well, you're not looking great. Your friend seems pretty dead. Okay. I give you your thing. I'm excited for a movie day tomorrow. It'll be fun just go see a movie. Oh, this is the best song. Alright, I'm in this one. I was like, why can't I get to the P organ? Right. I could still go to the tree. May as well. I want to listen to this song anyways. Am I gonna get an Icy? Nah, I used to like Icy's a lot when I was a kid. No, I'd rather just have a Coke Zero. I'll probably just get a Coke Zero and snack on some other person's popcorn a little bit. I don't want a ton of popcorn. Sometimes I like to get nachos, but I don't think it's gonna be a nacho day. Nachos are probably my favorite concession stand food.
Any enemy of the alchemist. I can't say I'm surprised the alchemists caused the spite. Just how many years did that poor puppet stand alone? I dare say that minor puppet showed more humanity than the alchemist.
I agree. Nacho Day.
Well met, Master.
I don't know what these things are, and I want them. Is for you? An eye patch. I hate to leave all the songs halfway through. Part of me almost wishes they would clean this place back up now. Oh, hell yeah, Quixotic again. Good. Good. I was about to put it on myself anyways. How much I have to lie to be able to get something from that. So, what would be the best one to upgrade? That might be good. I don't know if I need an. I mean, adding an amulet slot. I see. I have to go here. Okay. Enhance weapon attack when discharged. No. The rest of my I can't. Oh, that'd be good. Auto charging the pulse. That's helpful for survival. Although, honestly, these days I'm not really running out of pulses. I'm just dying. Oh, this costs a quartz to do. Okay. Auto charge legions. Not bad. Fatal attack. No. Some of these will impact two things, which is good to know. Increase charge stat, enhance charge. What's the next game on the streaming front? I've been thinking about it. Thank you so much, Luke. I do appreciate it. Something older. Enhance charge. I should do this, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Alright, good. Vagrant Story's got to happen at some point. I might hold off. There's like a lot of PS1 games I want to do, but also at some point my Super Station's going to come in, so I might hold off a little bit. There's some older computer games too that I'd like to do. There's Prince of Persia I talked about. There's also just Spyro 3 and the Reignited trilogy. Yeah, whatever. We'll show him my new stuff. Yeah, Spyro 3 might just be a fun breather. Any interest going back to do the Chrysler building stuff in Parasite? No, probably not. I'd probably just play Parasite Eve 2. And I'd probably do that around Halloween time or something. Other Souls-likes? There's some I would like to do eventually. I'll probably check out the Surge games at some point. At some point, I'd like to play Elden Ring again and not use any summons or any bell things.
The mimicry of a joyful heart. It's good to feel alive. Hello, Milo.
Mimic Tear. I didn't get the Mimic Tear till the freaking final boss when I played it last time. We wouldn't do that immediately, so I think this is actually the fastest one still. You ever put much into Eugenics? I played a bit of it, actually kind of before it came out. I don't know if I definitely like it. I don't know if I'd want to, like, be one of the people spending hundreds of hours in it. Especially when, you know, I am playing World of Warcraft and Overwatch right now, and those are games that, you know, they take some time. Here's a few things I'm thinking about. At some point I need to do Tron Bonne and Mega Man Legends 2. Threads of Fate on PS1.
What the blazes was that?
Concerned this is a slow way. I should have done the third teleporter. Oh well. Damn, I'd be doing Bloodborne. Interesting. I think he'd enjoy it. Okay, we're back here. Easy. This casing is pretty big. Ah, for fuck's sake. But it's always... I cannot get that, man. Ah! Cool. I kind of want to play an Ultima game. Madular's Ultima 8 video came out, and I'm still like, oh, I kind of want to, like, try Ultima 1, or maybe just play Ultima Underground. In the same vein, I really want... Oh, I should have gone out of this teleport. I really want to play... really want to play that System Shock remake all the way through, and then do the System Shock 2 remake / remaster, whatever it was. So, I'd like to do the System Shock games at some point here pretty badly. Piss Triss Harbor. Yeah, I think System Shock's one I definitely do this year. Oh, you're playing Resident Evil 1 HD for real, try new things, it's fun. Yeah, that game's really good. I love it. Are you playing as Joe? I want to do a Chris run of that game at some point in my life. Ultima Online. Man, I played a little bit of Ultima Online when it came out, and I was like a kid, didn't know what was going on, but like it was just so cool because MMOs were such a neat concept then. I went to the Ultima Online, like, post-mortem, where it was called, at a GDC once, and that was super fun because Richard Garriott was there. A little Star Trek. Don't fall off. God, it does damage. Okay. You know, we gotta really sidestep this guy. We can. I see. This is intentional what they're doing here. I see what they're doing. Oh yeah, the Resident Evil remake looks so freaking good still. And there's also that. There's also some other Resident Evil games I still want to play. And at some point we'll do one of those. Code Veronica, Zero. So if I get the GameCube in, well, actually I probably wouldn't play vanilla Resident Evil 0. I'd probably do the HD one. Probably has some quality of life things. If I get the GameCube going again, I could definitely do Prince of Persia. Or unless I do that on Xbox, which I might. God damn it. I don't know why. I feel like that game's probably better on Xbox because I kind of want to play it on GameCube. Did I just make him fall off? I don't think so. Oh, just try to pause. I can't do that. Why not pick my souls up yet? Gasp. Ah! There it is. Don't jump off the ledge. What a god. There we go. Oh, he had to do that. Jeez. Bro, Jeff's send in and do Resident Evil Dead Aim. Would be fun. Although that's not that different from original Resident Evil. I mean, again, if I had the PlayStation going, I'd definitely want to just play Resident Evil 2 vanilla. Oh, hey, it's this thing again. I had so much fun when I played just, let's see what's over here first. When I played the PS1 version of Resident Evil 1, I was surprised how much fun it still was. And everybody thinks 2 is better. Well, called that one, huh? Yep. Saw that one coming. Talk to you in a second. What is better, getting enemies to fall off the map when they attack, getting enemies to attack chair, oh, getting them to fall.
Oh, delightful. My charming, handsome, generous friend, you found me. Ignore the puppet over there. It's my last one, so now, I don't know how long I've been in this stuffy old box, but I can tell you, it's too long. I can't even feel my arms or legs. Surely you see it in front of you? The box? A what? A brain? I'm stuck in a small dark box. Ask anyone. My arms and legs have just gone numb, along with my ears, and it's pitch black in here, of course. That certainly would explain if you... No. Brain in a jar. Look, enough with the jokes. Now, what does the box look like? Strong, black, made of steel? No, I don't believe me either. A brain is all... Okay, time to face facts. Is this tank inside a slit?
Is there gas leaking? Oh, there is.
This machine? Are you joking?
Oh, you invented the machine. Well, isn't that ironic? It's like rain.
Subject, it's all over. I'm doomed. And to think, every previous experiment. Give it to me straight. How bad is it? Oh boy, yes, that's it for me. That's the life support equipment. It's full of ergo gas, and if that's just leaching away, when all the gas is gone, I'll have maybe a minute left. I invented this machine. My days were already numbered. The machine can't sustain life forever, even but now. I'm far too smart to kid myself. It's hopeless for me. I'm a brain. A brain. I've reached a conclusion. My future is mine to decide.
I got you, buddy. I get it.
My friend. And remember me.
Can I choose to remember you as the robots, not as the brain and spinal cord?
My name is Alexander. Alexander Goodman, the inventor and, I suppose, first successful test subject of the Mind Keeper machine.
You helped create the Overseer.
You know, I wasn't lying. I really was handsome. This nightmare is finally coming to an end. Thank you, my generous friend. Thank you.
Oh, got a song at least. That's cool. Poor guy. That's rough. Well, anyway. assume at some point I have to go in the submarine. Is this a shortcut? Oh, not really. Storyteller's amulet. Fable chart. Crucible charge amount when attacking. Huh, neat. I don't think I'd put that on over anything I have, but neat. We. Alrighty. Time to sub it up again. Oh, another black. Wait. Oh, we're not going in the submarine. It's just. I see. Okay, that's fine. It is the same submarine, right? I'm in the past. That makes sense. Bought the Super Mario Sunshine. I think it's probably the worst 3D Mario game, that or 3D Land, and yet that still makes it better than a lot of video games. I still like it quite a bit. It's got some design problems. The FLUDD is fun to use. It's got some awkwardness with, like, cutscenes in a Mario game and things like that. But the vibes are really good. It's a game I wish could get a little update, because I would love to see that game running at 60 frames per second. It's like these guys. Right. You're the first worst 3D Mario game. You're still probably one of the best 3D platformers ever. I'll play Mario Sunshine with Dan. I mean, it's funny because, like, I think he agrees with me, but I think he believes in Sunshine a little bit more strongly than I do. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten one of these. This will make me heavy. Yeah, by quite a lot. Jeez. Steal my Sunshine too. Electric Boogaloo. I've been trying to play a bit more Demon Tides off stream too, because I've been enjoying that game a lot. Speaking of 3D platformers, but we gotta be coming up to a boss at some point here.
There's no doubt about it. Someone wanted this thing destroyed.
Yeah.
And it happened quite recently from the look of things.
I was supposed to take this tram. Yeah, I don't know. Dan believing Sunshine's better, thinking Sunshine's better than 64 is wild. Sometimes Dan has strange opinions. And look, I think he would even know too. Sometimes it's just based off of what was it that he was playing when he was 12. Like, I don't know. Maybe that explains the whole liking 64 better than Super Nintendo thing. That and the RPGs. But I got that thing then. Dan was like 30 when Sunshine came out. He was like a teenager. Actually, I was like 12 when Sunshine came out, so he would have been a little bit older. Alright, looks like we do in fact have a boss. I don't think it's gonna be the final boss. I don't know. Would Sunshine get as high of a score as Metroid Prime 4? Oh, Sunshine would do better. I think Sunshine reviewed pretty well. I mean, that was the first. That was. You have to remember, Sunshine was also only the second 3D Mario game ever, which is kind of wild to think about, right? But there was a relatively big gap between 64 and Sunshine. We all thought we were going to get a second Mario game on 64, and it didn't happen. It's not like I'm gonna beat it on the first try. I have no idea where that Black Bunny key goes, and it's usually just a costume. What the hell is that? This is the Dark Souls boss I've ever seen one. Jesus. I haven't fought a big guy in a while. It's like Rasputin meets Jesus. Oh shit. It's got sonar or something. It's gonna be this game's Horse Guy. Oh. There are no strings on me. Oh. It's Ian, the Ruins Guard. Ah, hello. Ah, missed. Ah, it's going okay. Yeah, the game in general doesn't do much with the whole Pleasure Island sequence of Pinocchio. Like, there's a carnival, which maybe was side to that, but not much with, like, the donkey, things like that. It seems like a cool fight. I wonder if it's gonna be multi-phase. Probably, this late in the game. Oh, I didn't use my Falcon Eyes at all. Oops. That one does some damage. Ah, well, I guess I dodged at least. What's happening? He's like the weapon for this fight, I'll tell you what. Shit. trouble. Yep. For some reason I can't get that one. There's one of those camera bosses. Let's see what you mean. It's fun though. Also nice to have a boss just right here at the boss door. Teleport thing. No run back. Damn it. Why am I swear I'm getting that, but I'm not. Almost hit me. What's going on? Come on. Usually good at that one. Oh boy. Full effect. Damn it. That's not like just can't even see that thing up there. I don't want to know how many attempts you gave me. Art Vandal, hey, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope your many ventures in New York are working out. Right, architect, right. Each one was like 10. Closer for this thing. Still not close enough, huh? Oh my god. Oh my god, I gotta stop getting hit by that. And that. Oof, bad start. Shit. Shit! That was terrible. That was terrible. I mean, the last boss has to be that lady, I bet, still. I don't think this is the final boss. Maybe I should just be hitting his leggies, I don't know. Well. Oh. I am hurting that head thing. I should just dodge that. I'm getting killed by that every time. Can't see it. Parrying it's too hard. Just do a dodge there. Start dodging like crazy after the 3 things. Oh, that was it? That's what you gave me? You gave me 5 attempts on this guy? You crazy? What, is this guy supposed to be easy? Am I bad? Am I a piece of shit? My god. I'm gonna fight this guy when he has 1 phase. People consider him easy. I'm terrible. dodging abilities aren't very good is the problem. Whew. Stop doing that. Oh, Jesus. If you're getting a better Legion armor, I know it's hard to find my spots. This thing is reaches just so long. Honestly, he's so big. The whirly blades would probably be very good here. Am I slow rolling? Fuck, I am. No wonder. When did that happen? Well, this might help. Of course, I'm gonna take more damage, but I bet I won't even notice that. Oh, did you reach him? Oh my god. Still got both of this. Okay, got it. ISIS. Well, this is the worst. Now what's gonna happen? This is bad. I fought dragons in Elring. I know what that's about. Alright, not too bad. Do stuff here, I think. Okay, it does that 3 times. Good to know. See, that's just recon is all that is. Okay. gotta get ready if he does that one. It's kind of weird. Sometimes it's just the 3. Yeah, maybe one of those bosses we're actually not locking on, just standing underneath them helps a lot, but where's the fun in that? Do some damage with these things. Haven't staggered him quite yet either. No, not this time. Damn it. Ow. Damn it. Jeez. What's happening? Oof, I'm having rough starts here. It is... it feels like this boss arena should almost have been even bigger. Oh my god, it's getting much worse. Holy shit, Mike, get better. I am not getting the parries. It's a smidge of a slump. It'd be like that sometimes. That's the real start. Ooh, that hit me. Damn, why am I missing that all of a sudden? Oh boy. I've dodged it! Didn't dodge that one. That one is a little bit longer than I expect. Oh boy, wrong button. Using way too much healing for this to be a winning attempt, but... What's this? Or try parrying? Wow. Okay, alright. Cute, 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 cute. You try parrying. Give me those Resident Evil Requiem parry windows. God. But I thought I did more damage to him than this. What is that? Oh my god. Oh, and refunded those Legion arms. Alright, right. Oh, that was weird. Cacophony. Yeah. Guess I gotta run there. Oops, wrong way. Something happened there. Oh, don't have it, don't have it. Jesus, how am I not dead? Can't happen. Whoa. Boy. This is like that Dark Souls 3 dragon. Good attempt. I wonder what I should do once I break his head. Was it just keep attacking his head? Probably. Attacking the arms is just kind of weird. Maybe it makes him weaker. Maybe he can't use a weapon, but you just kind of can't see his face. Alright, I might have to start dodging those, or the lasers. I don't know. I don't know if I can parry a laser. You can probably parry everything. Definitely getting a hang of it. Finally. starting stuff in this area is actually relatively easy. that it? That's pretty hard. There it is. Okay. That was fun. Tortured Guardians, ergo. 5 attempts. It might be worth getting my weight up now. Get if I can equip some of this better equipment. It's nice to have another big boy fight. It's been a moment. I don't normally have my camera over here for this game, huh? Has it been fine where it is? Yeah, I don't like it there. It's probably too big too, right? Because again, I had it set up for something else. This is probably better. It hides my healing charges. My bad. Should have yelled at me. It's okay. I forgive you. When you think about it, really, it's your fault.
Any enemy of the alchemist.
Oh, wrong person.
Well met.
Increase attribute damage inflicted on enemies affected by the same attribute stat. Boy, that's complicated. No, thank you. Big sword makes sense. Pale Knight. You can't just call your thing a Pale Knight too. Is that a gunblade? Really? Okay, let's try that. That's cool. Just buy it, try it for funsies.
Well met.
The DLC for the games always have the coolest weapons, huh? I think how this game has a system you can make any weapon scale with whatever stat you want to. Granted, it somewhat begs the question, why are we even doing that? Why don't we just have one stat for this stuff? But hey. Oh my god, he's even carrying it like Squall. It's 1,000,000% the gunblade. That's neat. Whoa. What's that do? Is that a reload? Buff? Whoa. That's fast. Really fast charge attack. Neat. Right back. Can you get a drink? Sealed arm. Boy, how much more can there be? Part of me expects maybe one more area, one more boss. This has been a very big DLC. Bigger than any of the From ones. Maybe the Bloodborne one, pretty big. This even feels bigger than that, though, honestly. But that was a boss fight too, where the whole like rocket charge to get in there thing was working really well. Think they'll release Soul Blade on PSN one day? I hope so. I've never really played much Soul Blade. There's an arcade cabinet of it in arcade. But I kind of almost went straight to Soul Calibur, really. Soul Blade's one of those kind of sort of forgotten first installment kind of games, like Street Fighter 1. Ooh. Aurora Borealis! At this time of day. This part of the country. This time of year. Whoa. We found Leah's stuff. Must be getting close. Localized entirely in this cave. Yeah, Leah was here not too long ago, it looks like. Feel free to use anything. I will. Thank you, Leah.
Still have time. Leia must be headed to the Rose Estate.
Good night, Tuber.
Save Leia and Romeo. I think this is our shot at changing things.
I bet we don't. I don't know, maybe the DLC's all about super happy ending. I'd be surprised. I think we are... Oh, but I want that. I think we seem to be rocketing toward a conclusion here. Of course, the boss fight might take 3 hours. He's got a gun. Jeez. Yeah, I see you. Worth it. Oh, mid-air death. Cool. Yeah, let's go down first. Jeez. Never mind, let's go up first. That's actually up's probably gonna take me to that treasure chest. On your face. You're a weird dog. Through the ropes. Jeez. And their disc. Okay, I can put that on. Can I put this on now? Hey audience, how's it going? Die! Don't die. Oh, I came that far. Damn. That's annoying. Should have gone. It's like I wanted to roll out of the way, but there were a lot of bombs around me. Beat Requiem, nice. So good. Yep, no spoilers. Ow. Ow. That kind of gun can't carry 2 bullets. That's bullshit. I know what kind of gun that is. You can't shoot me twice. Cheating. Alright, those guys. Oh my god. Oh, please don't kill me. Yeah, he killed me. Not that I have that many souls. I do need to kill that guy up there. He's just too annoying. Requiem Game Club? Probably not. Maybe do a spoiler cast or something. I wonder if I could possibly do a skip there. Oh, that took some fall damage there. What do you can do skips with this thing? I bet you can. I bet speedrunners love it. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I suck. Hey, JSTO. Oh, nice. You've been doing my list to find some stuff. Good, good, good. Are there any consoles I didn't do a list for? Might be fun to do one of those. I feel like I did a lot of the big ones. There must be 1 or 2 I haven't done. There's like weird ones. Like again, even Saturn. I'm like, I need to play more games. Big one. Except PC. I don't even know what that would be. Especially these days, like so many games I play are kind of PC games. If I did that, it would sort of have to be of a time. Oh my god, I suck so much. I don't want to die so much here. But like, you know, Resident Evil Requiem was a PC game. This is a PC game. It's different from like the 80s, 90s, even early 2000s era of what a PC game meant, you know? Not that it's better or worse. Granted, it kind of goes both ways. There's a lot of games that were PC games that are kind of console games. Like, to me, the idea that Baldur's Gate 3 is a console game is crazy, but a lot of people play it that way. Be a lot of Blizzard shit, probably. I mean, it would be like Half-Life 2, World of Warcraft, Overwatch, Diablo 2. Don't blow up. Probably missed 3. A lot of adventure games. You know how I am on Monkey Island. Curse of Monkey Island would be on there. Griffin Dango. Office of 14. Yes, that's weird. It's like it's almost better just to do genres at this point. Maybe I can land on this guy. Right, like it used to be that PC gaming was so incredibly different than console stuff. Can I get a backstab on this guy? Nope. Cool. Go, whirly gigs. What hit me there, even? Ow. Jesus, buddy. There he goes. Alright, got him. We sure do get a lot of use out of that Sub-Zero falling emote, don't we? We have fun. It's a person. Empty painkiller bottle. Yeah, we gotta be reaching the end. Just... Oh, I haven't been to that place. What's that place they were talking about? Was the ship. Yeah, I still have a little bit left. No way I have enough for a level up. I keep dying too much. What are you gonna sell me?
This indeed. It feels as if we're at the end of the world. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a...
Why would I do that? Enhanced. Right. Like, part of it's just like, what is a PC game to me? There's even games I play on PC, and I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, it's a PC game. It would be, I would do a, like, 90s PC game list. Maybe that would be a fun thing to do. Granted, I kind of am embarrassed, because there's so many 90s PC games, and they're ones I haven't played yet. So I'm like, I'm embarrassed that I haven't played Ultima Underworld, or Deus Ex, System Shock, Thief. I guess a lot of the immersive sims. Any more indie immersive sims? It's been rough. I mean, those people trying to make that Ultima Underworld sequel that they kickstarted, and it was apparently terrible, so that's depressing. Sure, I mean the shooters, right? Like your Half-Life 1, your Quake, Quake 2, Doom, Doom 2. Ah! Even things like mods, like one of my favorite 90s games was just Team Fortress Classic, the Half-Life mod. I never saw what that new Legion arm was. I know what it is. God, that thing is strong. Unreal Tournament 2K4 is free now. Oh, really? I should do that sometime. That was a fun game. You know, it's like, it's objectively better in so many ways. It may be part of nostalgic web, but there's also just something to PC gaming at the time. Tribes, man. I miss Starfleet Tribes. They kind of brought it back that one time, and it was still pretty fun. I just don't like my position here. I could just kill one of them. Get me out of here. Just not loving this. Jeez, that was a little sloppy, but we got there. Yeah, we already did the joke once. Looks sweet, though. What the fuck is that? Why does this fish want to kill me so badly? Me want him Captain A. Ugh. Oh fuck, the fish is here. Die! Got him. Team Bowling, thank you for 23 months. Appreciate that. You're very close to the 2-year there. Really appreciate the support. Hope you're having a great weekend. Thank you. What's bummer is the games that aren't easy to game more. Like I really want to play No One Lives Forever, but that game's been in some weird limbo. It and the sequel, I think. It's below decks. You got some health, sir. There we go. Finally, I'm looking like I know what I'm doing. You went to Florida to do Disney? I hope you had a good time anyway. Alright. This must be the critical pass. Let's see what's above decks. You're there for 25 hours. Well, yeah. In Tallahassee. Yeah, that makes it a little easier. I'm not going to say you're cheating, but... Yeah, people don't even know who owns No One Forever. So you gotta hope some fan does something or something. Maybe this is the critical path. Jeez. Let's kill these people, then we'll go look down there. Come on, get the backstab. This game's weird about that sometimes, I swear. Oh, this is too many people. Yeah, this has got to be the critical path, so let's go back down, see what's across the lake. I've also had a hankering to play Wing Commander 3 recently for some reason. Maybe it's all the 3DS shit I've been through. Jesus. I do not feel safe here. Yep, it's cracking. I mean, there's a lot of the flight sim games I haven't really played. I haven't done X-Wing or TIE Fighter. That's better be sweet. Okay, cipher machine for the dude. Oh god, maybe this is the critical path. Ugh, I'm almost afraid to touch this point. I've killed so many people. Let's go see what's in the cave up there. You think critical path was always a common thing you said? I think I said it a lot even before the Sonic 06 moment, yeah. This might just be two completely diverging paths. No, yeah, that's all it is. We can only activate one of them. So we'll go down one way and see what's in the other way some other time. Well, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that and activate the other one and teleport back here. Or just keep going the other way. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely played some Descent, never beat Descent. We all thought Descent was very cool. Can't level up. No. Let's see what's over here first before I drop down somewhere. I think it is Captain Ahab.
Fish.
Yeah.
You and I. For 3 days, I never slept nor ate. I fought. They all said I would never get. But I am a fisherman. I rode out to prove that he... Indeed, I fought the beast. In the end, I caught it with my... Why? The petrification disease. Any day the sun also... That's what I wanted to... You would help an old man? All right. Go to the village and find that foolish brat. Find him. And tell him I caught after battling this fish. Time.
Okay. What village? I've been to a village. Yeah, Descent was a game you definitely played in a PC game. So you would play it at freaking, God, what was the cow-themed one? Gateway? Does it look like I'm gonna fight somebody here? I'm gonna break through this door any moment now. There we go. It's this asshole. I knew it. I told you I didn't trust him.
How in the world are you still alive? All that effort to stop you down the drain. Veronique was a nuisance too. The legendary stalker and the leader of the sweepers. It is indeed unfortunate that my trap built for two snared only one. That so-called legend, Leia Florence, evaded my scheme. It's no great mystery, lad. Wait, you expected some grand... No speeches, just action. And then, whoever lives, dies, or fights, you think your story means anything? I'm so glad you mentioned this. You see, I abhor violence. I am grateful the alchemist dealt with Veronique. Now, it's your turn. And what could be a more
Alright, let's go, Umbrella Man.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Ooh, nice trick.
You know far too much. It's
Well, neat. Ah, shit. Okay, let's learn there.
An elixir of direct power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as reward for my contributions.
Okay, Penguin, what was that? Oh boy.
So much wasted effort. Why didn't you just die gracefully in the ruins?
Shit, bad time for that.
Human beings can only keep secrets when they're
Damn
buried
it.
with them. Everything else gets out.
Damn it. Ah! Great. Oh boy. Alright. Good first attempt. This is gonna be fun. I definitely want my bombs back, I think. This guy can be staggered relatively easily, it seems. This looks like this DLC's optional boss guy. So it's gotta have one of these. I should have used my Legion armor. I always forget about
Truly
that.
are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here. An elixir of great power.
Kind of hate that he's got
Crafted by the most
iframes.
brilliant alchemist as reward for my contribution. So much wasted effort. Why didn't you just die gracefully in the ruins?
I hit him. Any moment now.
Much. It's time for you to die.
Get out there.
What is happening?
Yeah. Bit of a gambit there. I knew I'd get my health back, but I didn't have time to charge. Alright, now this face is interesting. Pretty hard to read those parries.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Finally.
Your fate will be the same as those traitors I sent to the bottom of the sea.
What are you laughing at? Oh shit. Maybe that. Yeah, stupid. Damn it. Oh. There, don't do that. He's gonna use his potion now.
An elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant
Oh,
alchemist
shit.
as reward for my contributions.
That doesn't really seem to help him against that one, so that's pretty good. Feels like I have the right Legion arm. Oops. Damn it. Like I just got some heals off. Yeah, umbrellas are historically pretty weak to cannonballs, it turns out. Especially exploding ones.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here. An elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as reward for my contributions.
Damn it. Man, I gotta get that phase transition better. It does a lot of damage when he's doing those things. Whew. Phase 1 we got pretty down. Oh, that was it. Historically I've been doing pretty poor in the last P bets. Probably could have done it too. Oh well.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Damn it, Mike. Oh. Kind of lucky this turn. Oh my god, it's terrible.
More legendary challenges, or she too will die.
Yeah, that one not as quite as close.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Both of us at the same time. Oh boy. There we go. Let me heal. Oh boy. iframes.
An elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as a reward for my contributions.
Slow down. Give me a moment to breathe, buddy. Yeah, that keeps getting me. Guys, get those parried. Also, not being decayed would be preferable. I mean, I could put some fire stuff on. I bet they are weak. Let's just throw this shit at him. I bet it would do damage.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Can't be backstabbed. Oh crap. There we go.
Behold, an elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as reward for my contributions.
This is going well. To start. I just have to parry them. Man! Should have just healed earlier. It's going so well. Getting there. Saw something new and panicked. I'm sorry, drunk it. This time for sure, maybe.
And in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Okay, when I do that by accident. This might be a really early, really fast one. Never mind, we're live. Thank you, Wong Gifts, for 37 months. Appreciate it. I will let my conscience be my guide. Good advice.
As reward for my contributions.
God, I got stuck getting hit by that. Range on this thing has been so helpful.
Wait. What is
Best timing there, shit. I didn't mean to do that. And I pushed some wrong buttons there. I was trying to like access my anti-decay stuff and push the wrong button.
truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here. An elixir of power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as reward for my contributions.
There we go. Shit. Ah,
On to more
stupid.
legendary challenges. for she
Can't get the
too
heel off.
will die.
Do.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Bad timing on this one.
Behold, an elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as reward for my contributions.
Jeez, can't get any of this. Oh my god, I'm not getting any carries all of a sudden.
Too much. It's time for you
Got
to
that
die.
one. Damn it. Let's see how this goes. I think I got that off. All right. Can't outrun that. Oh, good timing. That's scary. This thing. Oh my god, I can't believe I dodged that. I kind of care. Hey, got him. Oh, cool.
My dear, good, kind fellow, hear me out, please. I can explain everything. All of it. Please, just don't kill me. All this happened. All of it. Because of the alchemist. I had to pick a side.
Don't you see? I had to choose. I chose. Please, I beg for mercy. This isn't common knowledge. But when Valentinus ran things, she was... Whatever she got up to, we were told to ignore it. But even as Simon gathered more power and influence, she remained loyal to Valentinus. The bounty was quietly, and competition was fierce. Veronique's... This is a mistake for the cure. It was complete. Worked on carcasses, they said. But no. I must have treatment. You're just leaving me. But... You cold-blooded...
Maybe I can find treatment later for him. I don't know.
I'll be
I won't
honest,
kill him.
it's the terrible conclusion that schemers like him face in the end. What a fall from grace. He had everything. Why throw it all away like this?
I didn't even get any Urga because I didn't kill him. Maybe we can find a cure for him. I don't know. Why do I want to cure him? I don't know. I'm not going to kill him. I gotta be a good boy, like my dad said. I don't want to disappoint Jiminy. Where is this leading to? Okay. Ow! God, they're firing on me. Ah, look out, guys! Not now, buddy. We're being fired upon. Oh, boy. See ya. Not now, fish. This thing. Oh boy, buddy. Oh, he's still alive. Oops. Good. Oh, you fools. Oh. Oh, that didn't even hurt on technical. Look, it did. It did a little. Shit. You gotta be kidding me. Really? They're all that? run past a lot of these guys now, at least. Or get fucking die. Yeah, let's go back to our thing. That's a bad start. And I couldn't get the rocket off for some reason. Oh boy. Why, you fools? Oh, great. Just overwhelming them. Nothing's going on over there. Hey. God damn it. Oh my god. Staggering me so much. Yeah, buddy. I needed that. Hey, look who's over there. That's enough of that, sir. Something over here. And the size of this DLC keeps surprising me. Just kind of keep going. Ow.
Do I even want to know what was in that cell? Or what kind of monster it was?
Some kind of monster.
Probably not. But here's hoping a deranged beast hasn't been set loose upon the world.
Speaking of repairs. gotta fight all these guys. Oh, that hit me? Cool. No shit. Damn it, Mike, don't die. Oh boy, wall. That was bad. Another weapon, huh? Yes, this must be a lighthouse, which was a stupid freaking thing they said in that game. Though there mustn't. There's always a lighthouse. What, 2 times there's a lighthouse? I still gotta do Minerva's Den. Hey, it's that beer. Oh, good. This is always the mic that's always in. Oh, thank God, I need one of these. God, still, I wonder what was in that cave sequence then. Let's give that guy his beer. Probably gonna drink it and die if I was to guess. All sorts of things. Oh, so he's still there. I don't have a cure for him yet. Was he back? I thought he was towards the beginning. He's this way. Wasn't he around where I thought... Wait, was this just telling me where the shop guy is? Maybe I'm at the wrong place.
Is that? Yeah. Yes, it is. Word around town is that the legendary stalker
This is
prefers
wine. This isn't the thing for the
wine,
guy.
and since you know its value...
I see. Sure. I have a lot of souls. I can't even put this on now? Damn. Yeah, we certainly gave Virtuoso its due, that's for sure. She wants to talk to me. Hey, babe, how's it going? Hope you had fun at the Strawberry Festival. Yeah. I am up late. I thought I would beat this DLC tonight, but it's actually much longer than I was... Oh, she's dead. Shit. Well, she needs some happiness. Maybe her painting's gonna look real cool. Yeah, she does. Oh. Not bad, not bad. Good use of colors. I'll show painting as many people I can. Oh, we got 2... That's right, we have some albums. You got Strawberry Shortcake? Bleh. Okay, some new ones. Got a couple new ones. Nightmare and Clear Blue Sky.
Well met, Master.
I never did get his. I see a place for the painting. Looks nice. Isn't that good?
Any enemy of the alchemists? This is a surprise. None of the keys I have fit this cipher. Perhaps one of the alchemists. They often conceal cipher keys in their clothing. If you bring me the... I can't believe the leader of the bastards was conspiring. Well, let me take a look at those clothes for a moment.
Oh, well, I already did it.
You see this double lining? I'd hoped I wouldn't locate the key to this cipher machine inside. It would appear...
The noble reputation of the leader of the bastards. You hear yourself?
Was decrypted right away. Lumacchio didn't simply cooperate with the alchemists. It appears he was Simon's hunting dog. I am truly disappointed in Lumacchio. I thought, considering who the lighthouse keeper betrayed, I doubt he escaped unscathed. If so, the only piece of advice I can give for finding its whereabouts
Oh, there is a Bjorgen thing here. I didn't even realize it. It's much faster, too. That's good. Oh, it's like a shotgun. It's a technique one, though, or a motivity one, so probably not for me. Piano's going crazy. Okay, we'll play the next song. Next time we have to come back here. Yeah, I think the iPad looks kind of stupid. Alright, should I keep going this way or should I... I don't think I even know where that thing is yet. I should keep going this way or... Should I see what was on the other side of... What the hell was in that cave? Let's see. Now lying. Which means they're telling the truth. Ow. Probably a disc. No, even less exciting. Okay, which way did I come in from? This is new. They're fighting each other. Oh shit. So excited to watch the speedrun for this. Oh yeah, I love being in a game and watching speedrun. Oh god damn it. I assume that I guess I'm curious to see what the Resident Evil speedruns look like, but I don't know if they're developed yet. I will say I thought that the Resident Evil 4 speedrun remake, when I looked at it, wasn't. I don't know. There's some out of bounds stuff in it that I found unexciting. I get it. I get why you do it. Don't kill me. Oh my god. Jeez. Full moonstone. Don't particularly need that, but I'll take it. Even Metroid Prime speedruns are so out of boundsy, you know, that I'm like, eh. I don't know, like some glitches I think are fun. Like the Mario 64 ones are pretty fun. Well, there's oftentimes there are glitchless categories for these things.
You remember that glorious moment?
Is this you talking, buddy?
Attention, everyone. The performance of Adelina. Crash Priya and Prima Donna.
Ooh, I have a crown. Record of Requiem's at 1 hour 45 minutes, which... Ooh, that's pretty fast already. Be fun to watch. Even if you don't do speedrun, there's things you can kind of pick up if you're going to do multiple runs of that game. I wonder if these two paths are converging at some point here. Two ways to go to the same place, maybe. Oh, I broke his sword already. Oh my god. Oh my god, I died. Embarrassing. I am pretty sure this is just going back to that path I was on. Just make sure. Oops, wrong way. Saving all the requiem ammo for bosses makes sense, yeah. Now I get it. Yep, I recognize this. now the thing that sucks is I don't really want to be here, per se. Because I think I recognize it. This is just a similar ship build. Oh, these guys suck. Going the wrong way, but whatever takes me to a bonfire. Okay, got a fish, please. Yep, I've been here. Yep, there we go. We have to keep him alive for now. Hey, Kyle Bossman, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you're playing something fun. Hey, Zorgla. How's it going, everybody? We're playing Lies of Peace DLC. We are deep into it here. There's Aurora Borealis at this time of the year, this part of the country. Localized entirely in an actually pretty appropriate looking place, it looks like. So yeah, hey Raiders. Again, Kyle, everybody, all my people, make sure you're following Kyle. Make sure you're watching the streams. Good stuff. Alright. So we've been fighting lots of scary bosses. I'm a real boy, I think. Good stuff. Oh, you're playing Scott Pilgrim? I want to see if I might have to check that out. I do like my beat 'em ups. I don't necessarily love the Scott Pilgrim IP. I don't hate it. Jesus. I can see you're oinking. Okay, can't. I'm already frozen. Great. Then we just screw it. Then we'll go. Oh, I saw my. All right, screw it. There we go. EX is very good. Nice. I haven't even really played that much of Cosmic Invasion yet. Behind my beat 'em ups. I need to get Cosmic Invasion on my Switch too, so I can actually play it. It's not really something I want to just play on my PC. It's quirky. It has its issues. Is it as much of a River City Ransom like it looks like? Which is hard because River City Girls is so good. I still need to go play River City Girls too. Yeah. What happened there? Hey! Canis Lupus, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. What is this guy? He's got a lot of health. I don't like him. Like that guy out at least. Oh my god. Just calm down. What Fairy Tale? This is still kind of Pinocchio adjacent. I think it's the sequel that's probably going to be Dorothy stuff. I think we're close to the village, so we'll find that guy's beer. Fishing village. Boy, that's two Souls-like DLCs with fishing villages. Shredder's Revenge is very good. The only thing I don't like about Shredder's Revenge is the system where you do a taunt to get your super. So you're kind of just constantly taunting in that game, and like after every fight, it's like, wait, let me get my taunt in. Like, to be optimal in that game, you're constantly like doing your taunt in between fights. It slows the pace down a little bit. I think I might like Streets of Rage 4 a little bit more than Shredder's Revenge. And again, I like the first River City Girls a lot. Which way am I going? Two paths I see. Oh, those are just birds, Mike. Don't need to kill those. God, there's so many branching paths all of a sudden. I need the Fisherman's Weathered Key, yeah? Oh, so that's the lighthouse. That seems like it's important. We should explore this village some more before we progress too far here. He's reached for 75% off Steam at the moment. Jeez. Okay, that's probably crit pat stuff. I don't want to use the Stargazer. I don't want to spawn the enemies back in. Oh my gosh, again, I have so many different branching paths, I'm a little overwhelmed. There's the beer. Okay, so I got the beer for the guy.
I can't go inside.
I think that little girl's around here somewhere. Where is she? Oh.
Hey, buddy, see that? Over there. We found it. The Rose Estate. Leia should be nearby.
Full of sadness now.
There you are.
Oh, it's you. My forever friend. I found the Rose Estate. But I'm okay. I have you. My new friend who looks like my old friend. I miss my old friend. But it's okay that you're not... Will you promise me something? When your journey ends...
You okay?
Zora's creator was very much loved by my dear old friend. I'm sure my creator would have wanted to be your friend too. When your journey ends...
Oh, look at this. We have the key. Never really played many of those American McGee Alice games. Like, what a name that guy has. Alright, let's explore this village a bit more than not at all.
Okay, now, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the legendary stalker is nearby.
Found her. This weapon's really cool.
Who are you? You look familiar. Wait. This is Romeo's locket. How? This is something very dear to me. But, before all... I see. The tracker. He told you about me. He never could fix that irksome quirk of his, but... he doesn't extend his trust easily. Fine. I concede you are not my enemy. If you were, the tracker would have made sure you never reached me. The fact you're alive means he trusted your intentions when he sent you here. The tracker has always looked after others. Comrades would be a better term to describe us than friends. That said, he is the reason. This photo. A memory of me with my 2 apprentices. I was tough on them. I was such a fool. When tragedy befell us, I couldn't face the past. To tell you the truth, I couldn't bear it. It was just
Night, hello.
too painful
Take
to
care.
see how happy we'd been. All this is the work of that damned Arlecchino. We have a history. When he ran rampant as a serial killer long ago, he was evil to the core. So during our battle, I did my best to destroy his body. I had heard the ego of a murderer awakened within his ego. But I don't even know if a puppet is capable of holding a grudge like
I'm a
human.
puppet.
Do you truly mean that? You'll be putting your life on the line.
Hey, good night, Candace.
I'd like to say I don't need your or anyone's help. The last time I fought Arlecchino, I just barely... There's no guarantee I'll win this time. With Romeo from one stalker to another, Arlecchino left me an invitation to meet. To think he was under my nose the entire time. No time for regrets. Romeo is at the Rose Estate. We must find a way into the Rose Estate. And the bigger problem is... So, you and I will have to... The key.
I already have one.
What? You must be part crow. You certainly hoard everything you come across.
It's true. I do.
This is the key I lost a while ago. The entrance to the Rose Estate is further up the mountain path. Head out once you're ready. I'll wait for you outside.
Oh, this is the critical path, actually. I'm very bad at figuring out what the critical path is and isn't today.
Come on, we need to follow her.
Not yet. Okay, so where does this go then? Oh, Jesus. What the? Big fish. I got eaten. Oh, it's just like Pinocchio. Damn it. I eat it again. It's going poorly. Okay, I didn't actually use that bonfire, so let's teleport to that. We could give the fisherman his beer real quick too, see if that does anything. Makes sense that the Crot Lighthouse is where that one photo goes to as well. We didn't find that. I think this fisherman's dead because I think it's a high possibility. No, he's breathing.
It's time. Good. I bought 3 bottles of this brew. I already drank 2. The one I swore I'd only open once I caught the
Hey, Brockness.
fish. Did you praise my catch to the...
Yeah, everyone was really impressed, dude.
Did the brat crack a grin? It's why I caught the fish. To that, we are not made for defeat. Let's raise a toast to
But now I want a
victory.
beer. A little
With
late for
the
that.
beer I saved for this day.
Oh, I have this key now, right? I go to that building. I really do like they put the icons by the locations. It makes doing the side quests so much more tolerable than in the From Software games. The clocks are going forward. God, is it tomorrow? I think it is. Oh boy, that means I'm gonna lose an hour here. I don't know when that takes. It might happen in a minute. I don't know. So it should be 1 a.m. It might be about to be 2 a.m. I never know how that actually works until it happens. We'll see. It is. No, great. Where's that guy's little house? There it is. This is sad. Ooh, I'm getting kind of more human. Still his record. Okay, let's go kill that fish. Just like the fisherman would want. Oh. Try to avoid getting thrown into this part of it. Ow, calm down. Oh. Fun, neat. You smart fish. Maybe I need to dodge that. Jeez. Yeah, God, I get eat every time. Mike! Right on. Oh, thank God. Oh, not my prettiest fight. We got it. Hey, boss. Oh, great. I don't really need to upgrade any more weapons. Oh, what's happening? Jeez. Let me go get my health back. God, I can't believe this isn't a dead end. This DLC is so freaking burden. Oh, I gotta go that way, right? Well, hopefully it just gets me back up there. Yeah. Yeah. Still says it's 1:03 a.m. over here on my clocks. Oh god, this guy. I don't even really want to. I can't believe he's respawned, actually. Ooh, thought that wasn't gonna hit her. I think I came from this one. I haven't gone this way. Yeah. Okay. I think we're almost done exploring, although somewhere in this lighthouse, I think, is that treasure location, so we gotta do that. Yeah, right here.
The whole thing's just suspicious. Think about it. There aren't really that many places someone as heavy as that lighthouse keeper can hide in. The whole thing's just suspicious. Think about it. There aren't really that many places someone as heavy as that lighthouse keeper can hide in.
Which one is equipped here? You impressed? Can't fool me. They said a keyword, heavy. Hear my rendition of Snake Eater? What a thrill! To eat snakes and crawl through the jungle. What a thrill. But I'm searching and eating more snakes. And there's a snake in my heart. Taco Supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Snake Man, in my time. There is no one else. Crime, it's the way I eat my snakes. Snake Man. Oh, I still dreamy dream, Snake Man. Hey, what did I get when I looted that guy? I was too busy being an idiot. Stuff. Looks like something for him. Yeah, it's probably one of those ciphers or something. I don't know. I'm gonna put that song in that I haven't listened to yet.
Open your eyes.
Any enemy of the alchemists as a friend. The door only opened for someone of great weight. ingenious to condemn the lighthouse keeper to such a cruel fate, though.
Got a journal.
I'll never. As long as the alchemists rule Krat, tragedies such as this shall never end. Without you, the alchemist secrets would have more problems remain, of course. I know that what I'm doing is something that must be done. The enemy is great, and I am but one man. Will my efforts... Will the terrible truths of me
Will I?
fascinate me? You talk of future events as if they've already happened. Your words bring great comfort. Thank you. My only family, someone whose life
I know who you're talking about.
shines. I may be destined to toil through life, mired in deceit and lies. That's the sole reason I remain.
Yeah, there's a song. I kind of like this shit. Sherlock Holmes shit. It's very cold. This is a big boy. Whoa. Oh, damn. So I could... There's the snake eater. Jeez, even just the light attack moves forward so much. How does this work? Wow. Whoa, that's pretty cool, though. God, there's a lot of cool weapons in the DLC, huh? The gunblade's cool. If I had to do New Game Plus, I'd try to do it with the gunblade the entire time. Hey, where's my human thing? I don't think I listened to that song before. Maybe I did. This one's new, though. Maybe I've maxed out my humanness. Okay, going to the bathroom while you guys check out this song. Be right back. I think I accidentally hit my gain thing. Hopefully I still sound good. Let me know if I got soft. I think I should be good.
yourself now. No turning back. Just keep the flame alive inside of you. And there's no need for tears. Look into yourself. Don't cry no more. If you're here, we're not scared anymore. I know that we will be the last survivors. 'Cause you're here. Never give up, it won't be that easy. Pick yourself up, I know that you will always win. Because you're the chosen one. Oh, don't cry no more. If you're here, we are.
I did, in fact, get a beer.
Anymore. Oh, don't cry.
Does this sound good? I know if I got soft, but I think I'm good.
If you're here, we are.
Yeah, Minotti's gone soft.
Anymore. Don't cry no more. If you're here, we are not scared anymore.
Don't even really have anything I want to buy ancient discs with. Or buy with ancient discs.
Well,
I haven't expanded this guy's shop in a moment. Honestly, I think I have like, I have 7 full moonstones already. I don't need any more Legion. Don't really need any more Ergo. For the song finish, see if I get any more humanity. And all these songs are really good. I think Quixotic is still the best. I wonder if the soundtrack's on Spotify. There it is. I'm gonna try to keep you waiting, Leah. Da, 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 da. What's wrong? Not that one. Wait, yes, that way. Don't bonk. Don't bonk. I bonked. How long could I really be traveling with this person? I wonder, I still feel like I'm gonna fight her at some point. Maybe I'm gonna fight Romeo. I don't know. Alright, let's go. Look at us.
Be careful. The enemies here are not to be taken lightly.
You can take them. I'm tired of fighting. I've done most of the work. Oh my gosh, she has her own health bar.
Not too shabby.
Thank you. Let's see what you got. 3 hits, huh? Pretty good for a loser, I guess. So I'm playing this week? Well, I got my Liza P. I've been playing Pocopia. It's more Overwatch. I had a little bit of a losing streak, but finally won a game.
We're wasting time.
Oh, calm down. Haven't you played one of these before? You gotta look at the nooks and crannies. if I could farm with her. Yeah, okay, you take that one. I got this one.
Breath, I've got this.
Quick, use your charge attack. Yeah, God. You're gonna get like Slippy mad at me for helping. I'm not Slippy mad, Falco mad.
Keep going.
Here, let's work together. What happens if she dies? Shepherd amulet. Oh, that's for your throwing build.
It's not too late yet. Let's head to the estate.
Okay. Look at that. She does a pretty good job of running ahead of me.
You must have had a good teacher.
It was you, maybe. It's all a little confusing. Ow, help! Keep up with this.
Stance, the way you move, it's oddly familiar.
You notice I look exactly like Romeo too? Ooh, nice snow stuff. Ah, help me, help me. Whoa. That's a good attack.
No, I have no.
Oh, I got you.
Stop. Not here.
Stay away from her. Oh god, not him. There you go, admire the fire.
Not bad. You did well.
Thank you. Let me show you what my grandpa Minotti taught me. I'm sorry.
Have we met before by some chance?
Maybe. Look,
I'll create
it's
an
late.
My back.
Minotti after dark. What the hell with you? How did you get all the way over here? You're a long way from the zoo. Hey, Team Kayla, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. We're deep into Lies of P's DLC. Fighting with cool sword lady. Hope you're having fun, Resident Evil. Everybody, make sure you're following Team Kayla. Hey, it's Dan. Hey, Dan. How's it going? Take that. fun little power segment here. Mitch, me and you beat the Demon of Hatred and Kayla hasn't. Isn't that weird? Yeah! Wow, and Kayla's supposed to be better gamer than us. How strange. I need to watch your Demon of Hatred streams, though. Demon of Hatred gave me some trouble, from what I remember. It's fun, though. God, I keep shit. Ah!
Let's make this quick.
Oh, there you go. I'm not looking forward to when I have to fight her. I'm sure I'm gonna have to for some reason. You got your GameStop money back? I think I missed this story, but I'll catch up on it at some point. Oh boy, look out.
Their attention.
Oh. So you hold their attention. I gotta prime my weapon. Ah! Oh god, wait, it's just one of these things. That'll do. Short version, she bought a copy at GameStop and they told her she couldn't play it without buying a $50 SD card, so she did. Oh my god. What? Why? I mean, look, I know that
Let's go. We don't have much
the people at GameStop were always a dice roll, but Jesus. You got bamboozled. Yeah. Did you get your bite back, or did you give him a talking to? I give him a talking to. I just can't believe GameStop is still a thing. It just really doesn't deserve to be. This camera pulling back.
Let's put an end to this.
Alright, I think this is the last section of the game. Okay, you go there. I'm gonna make sure there's no hidden goodies in the side paths. You got it back, going full Karen. Hell yeah. My mom's a Karen. I approve. It's fine. And I mean, literally, her name's Karen. She's actually very nice and never talks to the manager. I'd love to be there. Because what are they going to say? Like, oh, sorry we lied to you? Guy sold to her, was eating ice cream in his car. She drove by him to flip him off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I have the key.
Right, I gave it to you. Yeah, she's not looking so hot.
We made it, but I may have pushed myself too hard.
Yeah, maybe.
You go ahead. Check out the situation. I'll follow soon. I just need to take something for the pain.
What happened here? Wait, but that was the petrification disease, wasn't it?
Jiminy, I don't know what you're talking about. This DLC is so long, they could have just called this Lies of P2. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I think that's Romeo. Oh, she's not gonna like this. They didn't fight you was ready to wage a very public war with that dude, but took hell yeah.
Not you. Not like this. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Why does this keep happening? Is it me? Is it my fault? Romeo, you never should have had to suffer this. Not you.
Ooh. Guess we'll go exploring.
This is horrific. To see the arms of her apprentice like that.
Jesus.
Do you think she'll be okay?
No.
That would destroy anyone, regardless of
Yes,
their
we know,
resolve.
Jonah. We don't need you to talk.
The only way we can help her is to find Romeo.
That's not Romeo? With the R ring? That wasn't Romeo? That's the other apprentice? I'm all confused. The rest of him. Oh. That's just the arms. Oh. Well, I bet the rest of him's not looking very good either. And the potential of the murder puppet. What? Alright, good night, Team KO. Thank you again for the raid. Lovely Rita. I've been seeing people say kind things about This Is Run Millionaire, and I appreciate it. I'm very happy with how that's been going. It's been a ton of fun. Guy's game looks good. Oh, Jesus. Do I still release Bloodborne for PC? Maybe not. Who knows? It's not looking great. Man, this is 2 games recently in a creepy orphanage sequence. Hey, there's something wrong with DreamWorks. Usually. They've made some very good movies. Oh boy. Wow. That's a cool looking image. There they are. Leah, Carlo, and Romeo. Is Carlo the one who became the king of puppets?
Wait. This must be Sophia's room.
Oh, the Blue Fairy.
So, she was here when all this happened.
I'm gonna have to watch a lore dump video once I beat this game too to really kind of grasp some things here. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Jesus. Did I hit you? Damn it. Oh, yeah, guys. Oh, he fell backwards. Ooh. Guess we're going down. I'm in that awkward place where I'm so close towards the end. I don't want to stop now, but it's very late. Granted, the final boss might kick my butt a ton. We'll see. Very likely. Man, I'm going to lose an hour here soon. Ow. Mamma mia. Great. Ow. Rude. Get out of there. So how are you? Ow. Oh my god, that was risky. Yeah, this doesn't even do that much damage anymore. Whew. This is where that tram would have gone, I guess, if it was working. To save me some time. Oh, quartz. Never say no to the quartz. We happy few. I didn't play a moment of that game. Whoops. Do that. It was bad. It didn't seem like it was very good. Classic Blue Princess hidden door thing. What is going on there? Everybody wanted it to be a Bioshock-like. It was something very different, was my understanding. Whoa, I have a lot of those. What games where you have meters for your thirst in your stomach and you gotta eat and drink bullshit forever? Nothing is ever fun. I hear you. Overkill. Oh shit. Oh god. For the AoE of it all. Worked. Nothing's come from the Nintendo Online test yet. We haven't heard about it since the second test. More of these doors. Grub got into the first one, but I got into the second one. Ow. Alright. Courage amulet. Ah, I see. I think I'm already okay on that. We'll see. Again, running out of pulse cells isn't usually my problem. Ah, it's a ladder. I don't know how to get that item. Don't know if I care to. Ow. Where'd you come from? Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Great. Paid. Oh, so I made a mod that turns the typewriter as an item box and 0. Interesting. I'll probably just play the normal HD version. Oh, I see what's happening here. Great. I'm gonna make a bad feeling jump. Yeah. Hey. Oof. Ah! Looks like you're on Davy Jones' crew. Oh, I thought that was gonna hurt me for sure. No. What am I doing? God, I'm not getting any of these. There we go. There it is. Broke his weapon, now I break you. Yo, got my weapon. I'm seeing it broken. Oh, of course. Rose Garden key. Is this the Rose Garden door? Yep. Just making sure I don't run past that guy, I guess. Let's go spend these quartz real quick. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, the game just told me. Point of no return. Did I get the thing for this guy? Should I just kill him? Let's see. Daylight saving soon. Oh, boy. Let's see how we do. Okay, I think he's this way. Oh, he's already dead. Well, You should have helped me. Well, I wanted to. Yep. My bad. I mean, I don't feel that bad about it. That guy sucked. God, the DLC alone was like 5 hours or 10 hours long. Good work, Bait. Good work. Where? I did fight the. I fought the boss already. I just either could kill him or leave him alone. I didn't have a cure, so I just left him alone. I guess I left him too long. All right. So I could use 2 quartz to get the link dodge finally, which I just may as well, or retain guard. I mean, I'm not dodging anyway, so actually retain guard regain. It's actually pretty good. Don't have enough to get these other ones. So this one technically has 3. I'd rather have this. Okay. Now the question is, what goes in there? I'm not going to be doing many more stagger attacks from behind. Yeah, don't have an effect-based art right now. I'm not going to be discharged. Honestly, I didn't care about weapon durability before, but that actually is a thing with this weapon. I would actually get if my fatal attacks were stronger. That. Anything else? Sure. I think we're definitely going to be fighting her for some reason. She's going to go crazy or blame me or something. Yeah, I guess I may as well see if I can level up. Indeed I can. I feel pretty good about all the character building I've done. I should be pretty strong. I think she's going ham in there is my guess.
Where's the legend I faced before?
I am just gonna help her, I don't know. Just it seems so easy. I'm just fighting this guy.
Filthy puppets!
What's wrong with puppets?
No. I must ask. Did you actually believe you could save your beloved apprentice?
Hey, this is that guy. This is the riddle guy, isn't it? Just realized.
Oh. And who might you be?
There we go. Oh, I could help her up. Guess we're not doing that, though.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
That guy looks like Dutch. Quite some strings he has there, huh?
We said farewell to his arms. Now, what to slice off next?
Damn it.
Exit my stage.
You think it's worth it to fight with her? Is it like a thing? I don't know. Is it like cooler to do it? Try a couple more times. It's just cool. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Barely got him.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
God damn it. Jesus. I really wish I would not get hit by that.
Ouch!
Oh boy. Ow. Ow.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
No. Gotta stop. Man, I want to see phase 2. Gotta do some of those. I can't not parry any of them. It's a lot of attacks, and somehow I'm like a second too early on all of them. A split second too early. Getting there. It's fun. It was a cool fight.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Ouch!
That's a puppet string thing. Good shit.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh boy. Oh my god.
Exit my stage.
This is fun. Maybe once I beat in first phase, because I want if Leah helps the entire fight. She might. I just don't really want help in the final fight.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Jesus. Ay, ay, ay. Bad.
Why risk your life for another? How could you even conceive of it?
Oh, need to hit that one. That's not done yet, right? Help on the streets of Raid. Yeah, I'll try it at some point. I just don't want to. Let me get at least out of phase 1 without trying it. Because then I'm curious to see if she keeps helping or after phase 1 she's done.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
That is so much damage.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, there's the time skip. Yay. Shouldn't be two of them. Oh my god. Does it get hit?
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Oh my god, let me heal.
This is exactly what I've been waiting for! This!
Jesus.
The alchemists offered me nothing but boredom.
No boy.
But you two,
Oh, fuck.
you'll offer me something greater. Won't you? Ladies and gentlemen,
Fuck.
I, Armageo, will analyze the only being that matters, the human soul. Try to exit my stage.
Damn. Well, that was cool. Okay, I do want to just see what it looks like when she fights with me. Yeah, I know. Parrying those is hard.
Oh, how sweet! Now, our guest of honor, Leia, Lauren, Monad, takes the stage one more time. Oh, never fails. Humans are just so breakable. But even the legends swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else. Not Romeo. No, not anyone.
Well, certainly easier. Maybe a little too easy.
Go on, show me. Share your pain. Show me your truest fears.
I don't even get guard break from that.
I haunt you forever!
Oh my god.
Try to exit my stage!
This is a nice way to see phase 2 faster and practice that. But I don't know, it feels like cheating. Man, that made it so much easier phase 1. I don't know.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Ooh.
No tips. Not yet, I'm doing alright.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Yeah, shit, I'm doing alright. That string is really, really long.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Oh boy. I'm gonna... Oops, didn't mean to do that. I think we have to run for this. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Just tap that button. Just tap that parry, I guess. That. We're getting there. I mean, he attacks so fast that just smashing on LB is not a terrible strategy, at least. You're probably going to catch a parry. Thank you, Marcus. Shot at 300? Oh, God. We'll see. We'll see.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Gotta remember that chain keeps going even after the red attack. What could the bat possibly be for?
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Fun. We said farewell to his arms. Now, what to slice off next? To exit my stage.
I guess I gotta backstab that one. We'll see. I could probably do some attempts for another 20 minutes, and I should probably go to bed. We might be finishing this fight tomorrow. We'll see. No, that's great.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I don't think so. Take damage.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Oh, now you're done?
We said farewell to his arms. Now, what to slice off next?
Ladies and gentlemen, I are the hero who analyze the only being that matters, the human.
Okay. Kind of rough when you get stuck in there. I'm worried it's the third phase. Did a lot of damage at least. It's gotta survive that. And not get stuck in the corner again, because it's just hard to see.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. We said farewell to his arms. Now, what to slice off next?
done there, buddy? Nope. Oh my god.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it? Time to exit my stage.
Should have got the heel off. I'm sure she does a cool stag, but I'm alright. I don't need to see it. I can watch somebody play later.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Oh, I had that one. Start.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Oh my god. Great. Let's do it.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Am I going to save that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Armachino, will analyze the only being that knows the human
I was forgetting about that little bit there still. We're getting there, though. I'm getting a hang of it. If I can survive that, I'm curious how much more difficult it is. It's a fun fight, for sure.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
He's pretty good at phase one.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Damn it. Whew. Pretty good start. Damn it, bad start. I survived.
You really think you can win? To exit my stage.
Well, for a moment there. Okay. I got hit by a lot of the skulls that time. Kind of have to actually memorize that pattern. It's like 2, 2, 2, bump, 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 bump for the skull, something like that. I really should save one of my charge attacks for phase 2 because I just really need to burn him there.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but
Good parry this time. Get up.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Boy, that was rough.
Time to exit my stage.
Sometimes the strings are just so long. Damn it.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock. You appear to be nothing but talk.
Oh boy. How am I doing this? Oh
Human
boy.
is only
Oh my
truly
God, got away
honest
with him
when
there.
their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
If I survived that, I would have been in good shape. Missed too many parries. Gotta learn that skull pattern too. Getting there. Getting a pretty good feel of his phase 1 combos now.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Ouch.
That's what, when he extends that attack, that's when it's rough. If I'm at like half health when he starts doing that bullshit.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
I haven't talked at all.
We said farewell to his arms. Now, what to slice off next?
Oh, man. It's okay.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
I really gotta parry that one, the big one there, else I'm in big trouble. That's kind of a non-negotiable attack to parry. And I'm just parrying a little early on it. Is the issue. I guess I have this cool elbow pad.
Appear to be nothing but talk. Why risk your life for another? How could you even conceive of it? Is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree? When their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
That was really good, phase one. Might heal anyways at the start of this next one. Oh boy. Wrong. I didn't dodge first. Too early again. I gotta dodge that one. I gotta parry that one. I wonder if I can just run towards him and dodge it. Getting really good at phase 1. But that was the prediction. I do think if I could just get past that first start, but who knows? I keep saying that. I bet there's other hard things he's gonna do.
Tick tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Greedy there, but I went for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the hero who will analyze the only being that has the human Come on, let's keep going.
Really, I still... Ooh. I still died. Jesus. Oh boy. risk your life for another. How could you even conceive of it? I almost had that perfectly. Damn it. I can parry that also. I just keep rolling out of it. Yeah. Yeah. He's doing a prediction for each, or I'm just seeing this note thing going over and over. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Just want to get past that again. Oh, it's so late. Little twitch bug, all good.
Tick tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, stupid. Really good face, too, until I wasted the thing. Oh, well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Armachino, will analyze the only medium that has the human
Oh boy. Oh, this fight is so cool. This is so cool. Damn. Holy shit. We're getting there. We finally saw some new things.
appear to be nothing but talk.
He was missing everything there. The AoE attacks are rough. I don't know if I can. I assume I could parry them if I'm better about it.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Fun.
Ran out of stamina. Problem.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's stupid. Ooh, I was gonna get him. Ah, stupid. You said you were gonna watch a movie later? No, I'm watching a movie tomorrow. Well, not later tonight. But yeah, I mean, I'm watching a movie tomorrow. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it was. What's right? The time change got me here. Yeah, okay. After I go to sleep and wake up, I'm gonna see a movie. I just want to have like one more good phase 2 attempt, then we might be good for tonight, or we'll beat the game. We'll see. I don't know.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
What happened there?
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
No. Alrighty. Good enough.
Wow, you really think you can win? Remarkable.
Oh, fuck. That's not good. It's basically all my damage. not do much damage there, huh? I was learning the attacks, but whoo. Learning the attacks, but not doing much damage. Well, I missed my charge, which is, again, most of my damage. So I need to find the good windows to do that. It lasted a while. At a certain point during that opening string, it's better just to block and take the damage than try to parry. Early on, I can parry those things. I'm still missing the big red one, though, which is a problem.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Cocky.
Do you agree?
Jesus. I should just save this, but screw it. Get out of here. I do like when he says, well, I agree. Popping off, screw it. Damn it, really? Yeah, good enough.
You really think you can win? Remarkable.
Don't do it there. Getting it though. I can't do, okay. I can't do the charge attack where I did it. Boy, ooh, I don't want to stop. I'm getting so close. I'm getting so close to find. I'm getting so close to seeing phase 3.
human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
That there, Mike. Was I hit him? I think I hit him. Oh, I actually have more help than I thought. Yeah, not this.
Why are you different?
Oh boy. My brake is looking not great. Oh, that doesn't work.
You're an aberration. You do not fit in parameters of my research.
Cube, go! I love when he does that, actually. It's really easy to do that. Oh, it's so close. Okay, well. Maybe I should just run. Oh boy. Yeah, the grab, once you realize that, you can, it's honestly kind of reminds me of Promised Consort. Yeah, I'm like so close. Figured out the scene, the phase transition. Mostly. So I'll get hit by that one thing a lot.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Oh, one attack too many there.
Ouch.
Jesus. I do blame the cube, it did nothing. The cube, it does nothing.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
Right. Damn, really? My damage is very good. What do I need? What should I do there? Can I just roll? Can I roll in the right time if I'm still in it? I don't know. Maybe I should be... I must be able to parry it. Good start. Oh, that's so close. Yeah, I can't... yeah, I think blocking these close is doing nothing. I should just try to parry it. Maybe roll. You don't think it's block or parryable? Yeah, I guess it's a question. So I just run out of it? Because I don't know if I have enough time to run. I guess I have to try.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Well, roll would be a dodge. You're saying dodge doesn't work then. Why didn't my attack come out? Damn it, I'm like out of stamina. I can dodge it, okay. That's good to know. I should have been healing there.
Another, how can you even conceive of it?
Fine. Never punish.
Why risk your life for another? How can you even conceive of it?
So you just super combo there. God. Ugh, I have to heal and do this. That sucks. Yeah, not that time.
You really think you can win? Remarkable.
Something I didn't take damage there. I don't know why. Damn it. It really is the red shit that's getting me. Everything else I'm doing pretty good with. Yeah, the opening salvo I've got pretty good.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. What?
That miss. Oh, didn't even use a single thing. That was like my best phase 1 yet. Good enough.
Wow, you really think you can win?
Oh, don't do that. Alright, good enough. Stop trying to parry that. Parry everything is my problem. It's so hard to stop. That attack. That attack right there. Dang it. I can't. Gotta just get in the habit of dodging there, seeing if it works. If I know it does, then I can dodge it. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I've not been dodging much.
Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Money tap there.
A human is only truly honest when their life is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Come on, heal.
We said farewell to his arms. Now, what to slice off next? Whoa!
Good start. Ooh, up in there. Now, oh, fast. What's one yet? Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, we're doing this again? That's not good. So close. That first half I was healing too much. I'm learning it so well. I'm so close. I can't stop now. Shit. It's too late, but I can't stop now. I mean, the movie's not till 1:20. It's the first thing I have to do tomorrow. It's fine.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
Stamina. Okay. Oh boy.
Time to exit my stage.
Got a little thrown off there. Of course, I have to go to the bathroom.
Tick-tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk. Risk your life for another. How can you even conceive of it?
What a little avoidance he makes. Whoops. Good. Honestly, if he does this again and I have like health for it, I'd be pretty happy. Oh, right, I forgot about that part. Not good. Stamina back. There's two there, right? starting to get. I was rolling, got caught by it. Panic rolling too much. Damn. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Tick-tock, Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing but talk.
should have the fucking... I need the electric throw, so it might actually help, not fire. It was close. One more heal, if I had one more heal. Oh, okay, we got it. Shit. See, what do these do? Why am I not using these? My Legion is my best thing, right? No, not my Legion, my Fable. Do I have a Fable thing? I'm not even looking at my fucking items. Oh. That might be good to have. My mic was turned way down. Sorry, I don't know how that happened. Weird. Right, I'm supposed to do this.
Tick tock. Romeo's on the clock, and you appear to be nothing
Bad
but
start.
talk. Is on the line. Wouldn't you agree?
Whoa. Oh, I broke his weapon. That's a first. Think it's gonna stay broken? I don't. Whoops. I hit him with it. Oh, there they are. Oh shit. Heal. Stop worrying about those items too much, Mike.
Why are you different?
Wrong one. Way too much healing used already. Sharpen. the Fable charge helped a lot. There you go. Oh. Hey, anime. Ooh. Oh, cool. Like the end of Final Fantasy VII.
It was fun while it lasted.
And it did the second air tap. As I said, I was doing a lot of damage there. I mean, that level, that 3 charge Fable art is just so freaking strong. Oh, like it's funny, like that last step when I had it going, it like I don't know, it almost wasn't even that touch. So like, no, I got this. It's all good. Whew. It's a really cool fight. That's a fantastic fight. I like fights that seem impossible and then you just kind of learn it. Did he always have?
Thank you.
Do I get to keep it for New Game Plus? I mean, technically you could do this DLC before you finish the game, which seems crazy. Whew.
It's yours now. All this time, I wondered why you look so familiar.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Yep. Yeah, I heard she does that. I'm glad I did it without her. I'm sure it was cool and all, but it was fun to learn the fight. Let's keep getting Carlo and Romeo mixed up. Like learning those parries, especially like those skulls, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. We did it. Man, that DLC was long, man. It's wild how long it was. It was cool, very cool though. Very good DLC. I can see what people like so much. It really does feel like practically like almost a whole game's worth of content they threw in here. Basically saw it all too. Alright, it's a little late for this, I'm afraid. Let's try that weapon out real quick. See the post-game thing. Nobody redeem a review right now. It's too late. I'll tell you right now, I will later on Infinite Battle, I'll give this 4.5 out of 5 stars to give you an idea of where I think it is. It's very, very good. I really like this game. Is it? Hey, look who it is.
I believe in you. Carry on.
Oh, he's here. He's gonna kill her.
This is your story now.
Wow, Geppetto doesn't seem like big late stream. Partly daylight savings time problem, but partly my problem. Secret room. Yeah, stream's done. We just beat the game. guess it was to show me the secret room. Well, actually to change time. Oh boy. Oh, I don't have time for this game. I'll do this thing in Hotel Krat. We'll try out this weapon too, why not? Not this tree. The tree was worthless. Since I'm here. I don't know what I need it for.
The painting. This must have been Leia's room. Who knew her memories were so close?
My dearest, listening to this song, do you remember the time we all gathered? We were happy then. Perhaps those times were so precious. Why is it that I couldn't appreciate what we had then? After breaking ties with the Monad family, I was so taking responsibility for you in the end. You legendary stalker. That cruel end should never have been your fate. It was only when I held your pail that we should have stayed together. But now you belong to the past. And in that moment, your teacher.
Hey, it's pretty late. I read it. Curious. It's too late. What is this? Why is this a thing? What, the bunny people are okay now? Who cares? They're jerks. Okay. Is it about the lobster? Alright. I don't know where it is. I don't have time for this. It's fine. Go back to the hotel at least. Whoops. Actually, go into the lobster tomorrow. I'm very excited. Still pretty shitty here. Just got the painting. Whoa! I wonder if I can look at my nose one more time. Last song. Also, the weapon. Not that survivor. That seems good. Seems pretty good. Jesus. What's my verdict? Do I think this is better than Bloodborne? Yes. I don't think it's like substantially better or anything, but they're both very good. I think I probably gave them both the same ranking to give you an idea. Look, I think my favorite FromSoft games are Elden Ring and Sekiro. Then I had a tier below that where it was like, it's almost too close to call with Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1, and Bloodborne. I think this is just kind of right in there. I know it seems wacky to some people, yeah. Yes, they spell it like Gemini, like the constellation. You think, yeah, P's a little cornier, sure. But whatever. There's lots of good lore and story stuff here, too. I want to finish this song now, see what gives my score. I bet there's going to be nobody streaming. Why am I up so late? Oh my god, I'm insane. Hey, Fred Lord. Yeah, this is, yeah, this is definitely the best non-From Souls game. I can't imagine that's a question. I do love Sekiro. I do like parrying, though, so maybe that's why I like this even more than Bloodborne, because I can parry. I mean, Bloodborne has the gun parry, which is a cool system, but you kind of almost have to, like, learn when you can and can't do it. I kind of like games where you can parry everything if you're good enough. Just good luck with that. I wonder if the cat has his collar yet. The cat's not even here. Someday we'll check out the Surge or something else. Hey, yeah, this game's gorgeous. Like, it definitely still has the dour Souls-like tones, but there's a lot of warm colors too in places. I mean, graphically very good, right? Like, in some ways, it looks better than any From Software game has. Like, that's not necessarily their strong suit, although they have very good artists and whatnot, but sometimes on the technical side, things can falter. Wuchang. Someday I might check out Wuchang. I want my human points. Oh, thank you very much, Always Be Clothing. Alright. Don't know what that's about. I'll read about it online. Boy, there we go. Level 110. Playtime 33 hours and 20 minutes. Damn. Maybe only Elden Ring took longer for me to beat of the Souls games. Final Death County, 277. I'm sure I miscounted a couple here and there. But yes, a lot of deaths. Maybe even more than Dark Souls 2 just because the game was so long. Super, super good stuff, though. Alrighty. We'll start a new game maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll see. I'm not sure if I'm streaming tomorrow, but if I do, we'll start a new game. Let's just go to Giant Bomb Forever. No Virtuoso. Things are looking up for Mikey. All right, everyone. You have a great week. See you later. Thanks for hanging out, especially those of you who have hung out this late. Take care. Bye-bye.